go and get some seeding done, because I think that's the first job of the day. Right. Find our tractor that should be parked out. Start up, everything should be connected. Oop. Now it is. So last time we've done that, we'll double check the map, but I think the fields are done. So I think it's just the back fields, which are left. Now, this is great for moving the pallets, but nothing else. So we could definitely do with going to the store at some point and picking up the question is, will a lorry get in under it? It's my question. I'm wondering. It didn't change it back to 1,000 litres. Oh, that's funny. So I might go and do that in a second. But we actually do this other field. Let's just head back down to the yard. I've only just noticed that's not done that. Well, we've got money. We definitely are. That's my plan. As soon as we get the engine upgrade on this, we will reset the hours to 0. Yeah, paint condition on both of them. Useless. Right, customize. Customize. Yeah. That gives us a little bit more seed next time. We're not too worried about it at the moment. We shouldn't be going through as much seed as we are. It's fine. Right, 60%. So we want to check the map. Make sure the canola's in. Yep. Right, so that's project number 1 done. I might do this lime off camera. Stack it in the barn off camera. It just depends. We got a little bit to sort out. Now, we have got tree stumps, but I am going to, again, every time just try and see if I can work it out. Tree stumps are a pain. Yeah, no. They should just, you should just be able to come across like this and just wear them out. It's not working. Which is a bit of a nuisance. Right, we want... I'll do this a different way because I want to sort this out. There you go. And we're off. I am tempted to take them 2 bushes out on that left side because that's going to annoy me. So that's what I'm trying to do, is just try and make everything a bit clearer. So let's see if we can do this in 1 hit. No. That we can. you go. It's kind of there, but it's not kind of in the way. And then it's kind of there, but not there. See, that's sort of like, yeah. That kind of makes sense. Spent a little bit of money doing that, but it's kind of sorts it out. Oh yeah, we've also got a weed. Oh no, we can weed next game day, so it's fine. I've got a plan with the rocks. I was thinking of going down here, but we could just actually... So there's a forest there. Because to be honest, what's on the other side of that? 24. A road. We could just expand this forest across, because that would make sense. So that's what I would personally do, is I would plant a row of trees along there. It's only going to cost... Let's put a couple of trees in. There you go. That now kind of... Yeah, and then we just fill it out. Yeah. Even though you put 800 quid down, you could actually get the money back pretty damn quick. That kind of does work. Because, yeah, you got this massive, vast area. But you can just put a massive field in. So I was getting slightly sidetracked. There you go. Yeah, and I am planning, so this gap between these two top fields, I am planning to have a forest put in. I am thinking about rearranging that sheep pen. See, it's an open, so you could have, with the amount of things. I think 100's about right, so I might leave it and actually put some more in. So the other thing I want to look at today, I want to come over here. Because even though they are kind of where they are, Really? Land is not... That's quite funny, actually. Yeah, because it's all at the back. So like, everything's at the back. So after we've done this, we might end up purchasing this. Yeah, and then working out where. So from here, you can see where the path comes. So I've got an idea. I have a plan. That is working. So I'm just trying to... Right, that's working now. I now can see the fill limit on here. I'm actually going to shrink. I'm actually going to shrink that. There you go. So I now can do this. And then the thing I want next, so that's great. Because I'm just doing it on sim dashboard. A blank space that I want is I want to add is so I can have the HUD off. I think it's that I want. Right. Yep. Yep. So I now don't need the HUD on. Is basically what I've just done. Is with having the sim dashboard on, I've got all the information in front of me. I don't need my thing on. I will still doing some adjustments because I still can't quite see a little bit. Actually, you know what? That can go up there. Okay, why is that not shifting? That's better. Just had a brilliant brainwaves is what I'm doing now. There you go. Done. So what I've just done is I've just moved the fill bar up. There you go. Done. It means we don't actually need the HUD on. It's basically what I've just done there. Is I've just taken the need for the HUD off. Because we use seed, it will come up. Yeah, it's new enough. And that's the thing, by having like the sim dashboard, it tells me kind of everything I need to know. Because you can run sim dashboard with everything, I wish there was a script that could make the screens work. It's the only thing that I wish in here. It's a little bit bumpy. I don't think that matters too much. That's a tree root. It's going to cause an issue for the combine. Let's just try and get rid of that again. Yeah, I've got the real dirt mod on, which is working well. Even if I can hack this lower. So there's nothing. That brought out. There you go, there's something there. So that's what I'm looking for, is I'm looking for the red. See what I mean? But there's nothing. You kind of just got to wing it and hope for the best. Quite good, because we're running in line, that's why it's kind of white. I think next thing I'm going to get, I think I will get the front loader tool painted. I said, I think this forest is roughly about the right place where it needs to be. Yeah, slightly out, but I don't think it matters as much as it could do. And that's all it is, it's just making sure you nail everything. So for a little bit of realism, that's why I've turned the HUD off. And that's the advantage of running PC. You don't need the HUD. You very much get away without the HUD on. Let me just run that for a minute. Yeah, still nothing. That would be nice, but what we'd have to have is a small little like yard tractor, like the Vulture G. That would be my ultimate. Yeah, so I have the Vulture G. I don't think anything matches up to the Vulture G. Didn't mean to click lease. Even the 6M doesn't quite match up to that standard. That kind of makes sense. So I would have one small and then one large. So I would need one about 100 horses. So ideal farm setup would be one wheel loader, one telehandler, a skid steer, a small tractor and a large tractor. Is this classed as the last headland? Yeah, it is. Okay. The reason I've gone first person is just to make this life a little bit easier. There you go. Try not to drive over the pre-done crop too much. Thing is, that weeder may take 150 horses. You may get away with not needing to row crop it straight off the bat. That kind of makes sense. So right, we're going to do the first part of this like this. And we are going to switch that. There you go. See, I know I miss a bit if I got that angle slightly out. There you go. So that now should be feathering that bang on. I can't believe I actually got that spot on. That's what's kind of surprised me. Let's put... Have we got anything? Where am I? I want to make it a little different today. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to have a quick look on King's mod. Oh, they've got some dons. Let me pause that for a minute. Right, I am downloading. So there's a new mod come out. Because I haven't actually gone through here. It's interesting how Snap Build hasn't reached what you call it. Haven't updated field calculator. I'm meant to be doing that. Just to see if no, there's nothing. There's a Hummer pack, which is nice, but no, not what I'm after. Yeah, no, there's nothing. Okay. How much is the Polish barn? 4,500 with doors. I may fit in. Let me just download that. See if there's any issues with it. Nope. At least they got help administrator on now. That's quite a useful mod, but cruise control's better. Not cruise control thing. So, right, let's install that as well. That's done. So, right, let me do what I normally do. So, downloads. Give me a sec. My file. Every time I first load into it in the mornings, it crashes. So, give me 2 seconds. So we've got 2 there. So let's look at the pallet storage to start with. Because it's only £10,000, you see. So it's cheaper than that big building. Let's run it through the editor and see what errors come up. Oh wow. 0. Flipping heck. And I've just crashed the music. 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Flip me. The pallet storage is good. Let's check the other one. So they're both good. They'll go straight in and we'll load them later. So again, it's basically to do with images. It's basically what it's failed on, which is understandable. Because he's just copied it straight from 19. So I'll put them in, and I'll show you them in a bit. We'll get this field finished, and then we'll see how many hectares we've covered on this. At 4 meters, it'll give me a rough idea how big the field is. But it hasn't taken us that long to cover it. We've only got, what are we, half one? 1, 2. We've only got 3 more fields to go. So after we've done this, we'll quickly log out, update field calculator, and actually see if field calculator can calculate these custom fields. Or do I need Courseplay installed to actually work them out? Which I can do. I just don't want to. We also need to get a stump grinder. Right. That's working well. So before we start our next field, how much seed we've got? Still 50% in there, so we've not got much used. Just gonna drop and drag again. I want that button. Edit. So I think that could do with going there. In honesty. Yeah, next to this one. So it also gives me, and that's something with Sim Dashboard, it gives me all the details I need. So right, save, menu, let's see how big that field was, because it only gives me a rough indicator. 0.5. So it's a very tiny field, but that'll probably give us 2,500 litres of canola, what I'm guessing. downloadable content. See, that there has been copied from 19. There's a few errors. There's nothing on there. There's a few errors on there. But I'm going to install that. I'm going to have a look at a couple of bits. And just see exactly if it fails or not. Right, so let's have a look at a couple of bits we've installed. The trailers. So let's have a look at the trailers we've installed, because I've completely forgot to look at them. See, we're getting quite a few different things. We've got both. So we've got the Jubilee and this. So you've got grain. So grain is 11,500 litres, sorry. You've got silage extension 1, silage extension 2, silage extension 3, four, BKT wheels, sign standard, add side lights, so it's not bad. And then you've got Jubilee trailer. It's quite not. I actually prefer that you've got grain, silage. Because you've got that. Some of these we might have to go through and delete. That's a nice silage trailer, 50,000. Thing is, as this map grows, you can also add just different things, which is quite nice. Right, construction sheds. Trying to spin. It's got doors both ways, which I'm not worried about. But that kind of fits. That will kind of fit in there if we ever need it to. Take a few trees out direct. Yeah, that does kind of suit the map. Or even just drop it in somewhere. It can just drop in. So that does suit. Right, productions. Now, is it under productions or is it under silos? There you go. So that's 5,000. Same as that. So both the same. Actual production, the actual cost of it. You're all pallets in. The actual thing of it sits in there, so you could potentially keep that. Potentially just working out where it should live, because that kind of fits in with the openness of this map, even though it should be, that should actually be left. I've only just noticed that. That's not going to worry me. But where's like this pallet storage unit? Because we're cutting up around the back of here, which we don't need to do. You could always stick it in. And that's the thing, it's working out where the best place for it to live. Because I don't want to block this runway. I know we haven't got the money for it at the moment. See, for me, I like that barn because that would be where eventually these come out. That would be a nice storage yard. The other thing, it could always go there when we got the money, because you just then put a trailer in and you just fill it. So yeah, there's options. Right, let's jump back in here. Save this, let's turn the HUD off. Right, let's go. I'm still planning to put a row of oak trees in here, but I might actually plant them by hand. I have them fully grown. Let's do what we did before, just put it in. Or do we do that? I'm not sure what I'm running in. Give me 2 seconds. This is kind of why the HUD. There you go. So I'm running in that. So we need to be. Let's try that. I'll turn the HUD back off again in a minute. It's just one of those things where it's useful to have on. Yeah, we're good. Morning, Collex. Yeah, I'm doing well. Considering I had a very long day yesterday. I done 10 hours yesterday. Left there at, well, I was going to leave here at 7:30. End up leaving here about 7:45. Because I had a few things. I then got back in at 6. But you know, I don't know what the weather was like where you were yesterday, but for me, with how basically overcast and drizzle and wet it was, it got to about 3:30, and it just seemed to feel like middle of December. Like, dark as anything. Still surprised I managed to work it to 6. It got to the point I'm a window cleaner. It got to the point I'm on the last window, and if she didn't have her kitchen lights on, I wouldn't be able to see. I was kind of glad that she had a couple of floodlights in her garden as well, which was made my life a fraction bit easier. There's a paper round than it is. Yeah, but compared to what hours you do, mate. Yeah, but you sit in a nice, warm, comfy cab. Well, apart from when you're having to clean shit out, you probably haven't got as comfy a job as some lorry drivers have. But I'm guessing with your thing, you wouldn't change it for the world, though. Yeah, it wasn't actually that bad. It was... It was fine till about... For me, it was fine till about 3:30, 4 o'clock. And then the temps just sort of plummeted. And it's like, right, gloves back on. I'm quite in... So... I know... It's ace, love it. Would only change to farm, but not yet. Yeah, no, I to be honest, if you end up going farming, let me know. I'll come move up there with you and we can start a farm together. I've got Sim Dashboard running this morning, absolutely perfect, so I'm literally using Sim Dashboard as an onboard computer that you would have in cab this morning, which is quite cool. So all my information's in front of me on my computer, on my Sim Dashboard. So I don't actually need... That's slightly messed, but it's fine. So I don't actually need the HUD on this morning, which is quite funky, because I've got fill level of the seeder in front of me. My GPS screens and stuff. I wish someone made a script to make these screens work. I don't actually know how hard it would be to do that, to make these screens work. It's interesting it's missed that little bit. So Sim Dashboard basically is a it's hard, give me a sec, let me just work out how to describe it. So it's like a macro, if that makes sense. So what it gives, it's on your tab. It's mainly on Android, I think. I don't know if it's on iPhone. I know it's on Android. So it's basically a key not a keyboard. So it's like, the thing is, 6 months ago I knew exactly how to describe it and my brain's not functioning this morning. Give me a second. So it basically acts as a keyboard on your tablet. So you don't need to use a keyboard. So for instance, instead of having to, like, for the GPS, instead of having to do all the GPS commands, I've got it all off. So it's basically a button box. That's the word. It's basically a button box. That's the word I was looking for. It's basically a button box on Android. So yeah. So if you give me 2 seconds, I'll open up let me open this up so you can see it, and I'll if you give me 2 seconds, I'll grab YouTube. Let me turn that off a minute. So this is what it is. The Sim Dashboard is a system application which reads real-time telemetry data from your favourite games, provided the Sim Dashboard Android app. Some games require additional configuration. And then these are all the games that it supports. And if I just pull this up a second. So I'm just it's probably an easier way. There you go. Found it. So, if I throw this on, turn this down.
Skin of the new things that have been looked. I've tried to replicate it as first.
So, this is Farm Sim Guy. So I'll put a link in the chat in a second. So this is pretty much one of his screens he's created. So this is a 20-minute video. I'm not going to go into all of it. But pretty much, and I've only just realised you got the GPS controls at the bottom. I didn't even see you had the GPS controls at the bottom. And it gives you real-time information. So right, if we just hit play
on my tablet, so you should just about be able to see the touches I do with my finger highlighted on the tablet. It isn't particularly clear, but hopefully it will work. So first things first, let's fire up the tractor. So that is the engine button in the operations panel. So if I touch this, you'll see it turns to green. You see your RPMs and your water temperature start rising.
There you go. So there's the link. So it means I don't need the HUD on. So in front of me, I've got. Let me just turn this. Let me just sort something out. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just run that around. Yeah. So what it means is I've got a few different things. I've got a GPS screen. I've got his thing. But what I've also got, so everything I need is off here. I've even got a fill bar to tell me how much seed I've got in the back. It's not telling me if the only thing is it's not telling me if GPS is highlighted or not. Which is kind of annoying. But let's go back and fix that. But it gives you real-time so it tells me my RPM, my water temperature, how much fuel I'm running per hour, the wear on the front hit. Okay, front hitch is actually that. Okay. So yeah, the thing is, Raw's been trying to run it, and it took him a while to get it, because he had issues with his internet, but he wasn't running it through Android. So if you've got an old... Okay, I've got an issue. Give me 2 seconds. This is where... See, every now and again, I do need to put the HUD on. Right. Just because I know stuff doesn't work. Okay, I wish that highlight, when it was activated, I wish that was highlighted. That is kind of annoying. It means I can just do this. And then I don't need the HUD on. If that kind of makes sense. I want to just check something. So this is saying this should be running at 89.6 as the menu. So we should be running at 89.6. 90. Yeah. Yes, that's what the sim dashboard gives you. Yeah, no, that's fine. Have fun. Okay, this is the issue. If I kind of mess up. Better. It doesn't tell me on my screens if I've... Because that's the only thing I miss. I wish that was highlighted. That's what I mean by sometimes you just gotta... I kind of flip between having the HUD on and having the HUD off. I don't bother with tramlines on here just because they're just a nuisance. Right, what point are we up to with this, by the way? 14 across. So that isn't actually bad. And then we should be Yeah, we'll have a look at field leasing in a minute. Not leasing, but I know what I meant with that. I want that. 0.56 is, yeah. So let's see if field calculator is now actually going to work. No. So I've got an idea. I want to try something. Field calculator's not worked, so I've got a plan. So it runs for custom fields, so we need to download courseplay. I want to try something in a minute. To be honest, I might keep this 4-metre seeder. Just due to the fact most of these fields don't take too long with a 4-metre. I might not bother upgrading this. There's literally no point. It has not taken me long to do this. Does that make sense? The fields aren't big enough. Like for the 6-metre, we probably would have to combine that field and this field together. Like, if this became one massive field, so these three together joined, and possibly that top one, then yeah, that's where the 6-metre may come in. So, at the moment, I don't think I'm going to do it. The only massive field we got is that top one. It's the only one we've got. So, I'll have a think about it. Rachel, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Just, yeah. Just trying with experimenting. Just, yeah, just popping along. Keep myself entertained. Right, we've got that bit there. We've got to come back and fill in. So I'm going to download Courseplay and see if this custom field creator actually works. You keeping well? Because if it works, then... I've missed that bit there. Because actually, with how small the fields are at the moment I've created, the 6-metre, we may not need the 6-metre at the minute. Like, for me, the fields, this has not taken me that long to smash this one out. Yes and no. I've been pretty sick, to be honest. I'm on the road to recovery. What have you hit? Burnout or COVID or colds or overdoing it or what? Right, let's save this. Let's log out and log and put COVID and put Courseplay on here. I haven't needed it, and we probably will might end up uninstalling it. Because I do not want to be using Courseplay. But the only reason I'm installing Courseplay is for the field. And I'm tempted, after I've put this on, I'm tempted to uninstall it again. Right, so latest is there, but 11 days ago. So let's do what I normally do. It started as an infected wisdom tooth, but turned into a full chest infection. Flipping heck. Yeah. I got a crappy immune system, so I got wiped out easy. Yeah. That's rough. Wow, that's rough. So I've been off for like 2 weeks, but I'm hoping to return to Twitch tonight. I bet you've missed it not being on Twitch. And I bet your fans and community have understood but have missed you as well. Right, let's see if that works. Because how I do my courseplay is, unlike a lot of people, I actually download the master file and then install the master file. But it does take a second because you've got to delete files and stuff, so you've got to kind of know what you're doing with that. Well, let's see if that's actually now in game, because normally this works. It's not often I have an issue. Yeah, courseplay is now installed. Good. Boom. I have a lot of mods that I kind of use. A lot of these trailers we need to get rid of. No, they wouldn't have done. The thing is, if your fans are loyal and you communicate, you won't have an issue. Right. I've not used courseplay since the update. Okay, this is going to be fun. Okay, I do love this. Save custom field. Yes. Right, draw custom field. Okay, this I love. Right. There you go. This is just going to take me a second. So this then will give me my field sizes. Hang on, we could go on the other side. Might have to have a look at that in a minute. I didn't know we could go on the other side. I've only just seen that. So, I'll fill you in with the last 80 hours on it, basically. So, mainly running chickens and barley. That's our main income and has been for the last 60 hours. 360 chickens have been going for about 25,000 litres of barley. Now I've got 2 pens. We need, give or take, 50,000 litres. So I'm hoping these 3 fields here will give me the 50,000 litres of barley I need. Because 700 chickens should give me £80,000 in eggs every year. I'm on hard economy. I've got 4 greenhouses that should give me 40 grand a year. And then we're starting to look into factories for the sheep. There's no... I'll explain the rule on loans in a minute, but there's no leasing allowed whatsoever. I've done nearly 70 hours on here, and the maximum loan I've pulled at the moment is 10 grand. We can only loan on equipment we need that's on used sale. But we can only loan up to however much we get back through the winter. So our maximum loan for any equipment at the moment is about 100 grand. But we have to pay it immediately back. I didn't want to go the same route on here as everyone else with wood. So, yeah, I've cut trees down because we needed to survive. So how we started on it, we cut enough trees down to make to make enough money to buy food for the chickens. Right. Save. So we want to look at 2 to 5. So they're all about roughly the same size, 2 to 5. Which is kind of a good thing. Be interested to see what that comes up as. Six should be about the same. Oh, 6 is nearly... Okay, that's useful. 0.91. So I might actually add a bit more onto this. Right, this I'm hoping is 2 hectares. That's what I'm hoping is this. No, that's gone wrong. Seven is what I'm interested in. Seven is the one I'm interested in. 1.4. So, and then yeah, 8, 6. So, the main starting field, field 1, is 0.8. So, 2 and 4 are about the same. 3 and 5 are about the same. So, them 2 are about the same. So, yeah. Right, let's see if we add... Let me just try something. So, draw custom field. Let's go from there to there. Follow this road down and around. Sort of as rough as we can. Kind of go. And then straight. So that would be 9, and 9 will give us 0.73. So it's quite a big... Yeah. Yeah. I did not know we went over the back of there. I might have to have a look at that. Just drive over and have a quick look. We'll do this field next. So we got... Potentially... what's the ground like? It's not actually that bad. You could run that. Yeah. You could definitely run that. So I might have a look at that. We've still got enough daylight. I might have a look at that in a bit. See if we can put that in. We can't do the barley till next game day. So that's okay. So... Field 1. Let's see if we can work out how much grain we're going to get. So field 1 is 0.8. And we're running 2 to 5. We're running 2 to 5. So say that's, yeah, that's 7,000 litres. So let's say that's 4,000. 8,000. 15. Yeah, so hopefully we'll earn 20,000 off the canola. But we'll see. If we need to make the field slightly bigger, we've got expansion room that we can do it with. So it's not overly the worst. Scenario. If that kind of makes sense. So I'm overly, I'm not actually too worried. So it's just useful having that. So, yeah, I wouldn't use the course play. And I wouldn't use course play, but it's useful having that as information. I think I will put an extra field in. See, because we've got room, we could go a couple more that way. There's a massive grass strip in the middle. I've got an idea how I might run the course play. I've got an idea how I'm going to do that field. Now, I think that might be slightly out, but I'm looking at that line and going, right. But yeah, that's kind of thing. not this winter, the following winter, I should... How many hours are we up onto here now? Water's fine. We'll check every animals in a bit. Yeah, 80 hours in. So... I'm quite impressed with how this is running and how this is actually turning out. Right, let's see where this actually ends. I've just noticed there is a couple of missed bits there. I've only just seen that. Okay, it's roughly the same place. Which is interesting. Right, a little bit update for you, Collex. I've done what I didn't want to do. Can you tell what... Can you see what I've done? I've had to add courseplay in. And the reason is for this, the field calculator. So... as courseplay manager, global settings... Show course. Yeah. So I haven't actually looked at this for a while. But yeah, now we've got custom fields drawn on. I can tell exactly how much my hectares are. And what I'm hoping is, like, I haven't created field 9 yet, but I've put a border in. I'm gonna have I've got an idea on how I might be creating fields from now on. So, stay tuned for that. No, exactly. I don't plan on using... I wish the field... So, I kind of wish that this field calculator mod had... draw your own borders on. Because that's the only reason I've installed... that's the only reason I've installed courseplay. It's the only reason for that one particular reason. It's so I know exactly how big my fields are, and then I can work on a rough average of what yield I should be getting. Because I know I get... on field 1 at 0.8, I know I get roughly 7,000 litres of canola. So then I can work out a rough guide for these. That kind of makes sense. At least I now know what size field 7 is. Because field 7 is my biggest at 1.41. I don't know, if I make 6 a fraction bit bigger, it will go to 1 hectare. Yes, I have got the cell trigger mod on. I can't remember what the command is for it. There you go. So yeah, and I've put a warning on for the canola at 750. Your eggs at 1.4. Then your lettuce is somewhere around there. Yeah, 1.1. I'm also have got a spreadsheet on my computer. I'm going to try and remember... I know I should have been doing this in the first place. I'm going to try and write down all my sell prices. So I've actually got it on a spreadsheet for personal use. It's funny, I was thinking of upgrading to a 6 metre all-in-one drill. But I'm not sure. Because of how small our fields are at the moment, we don't need it. It might be one of those... Well, I have to be. Because of running the survival challenge, I kind of need to know my profits over the winter. So I've worked out... Now we've got... So it won't be this winter, so the following winter, we should be making 120 grand on here, is what I'm aiming for. So we should be making 80 out of the eggs. 80,000 out of the eggs. And then lettuce should bring in 40,000. So that's 120 plus then the price of canola. We get 15,000 for the canola. But it also tells me how much seed I'm going to need. We might have to go buy coloured bags. A couple more big bags. And I'm quite liking the farm, like, generically not having 15, 20. No point in bigger spread, it's not, though you're flat out. Yeah, no, exactly. Because the only reason I was thinking is, I was only thinking about it due to the fact, am I out of, yeah, I shouldn't be there. Only reason I was thinking is just because, but actually, it'll be more of a luxury, but the fields are too small. To me, running a 6 metre, the only thing the 6 metre would come handy on is that big one. So if I combine these 3 fields together, then yeah, it might. And I think I will get it, but as only when we expand. Like, the only thing I might upgrade is I might upgrade the cultivator to a bigger cultivator. But yeah, generically, we're fine. I can't believe I'm nearly 80 hours. How come? Is that just because of work or personal life or... Right, I just want to turn that on. So I can actually see whereabouts I am. Not quite. Right, will that come out? I've just seen that in the corner of my eye. See, this should come out in seconds. In theory. I find tree stumps weird. There you go. I find that lumberjack... This is why I can't wait for the firewood mod to come back, if they do, if the mod is still around. Been too... I'll read down in a second. Been too busy, but went on and had no motivation to do anything for my YouTube, so I started a new save. Also mapped the idea of news file series on my Maypole. Yeah, it's just having motivation. Like, this is kind of why I got fed up with Elengrat. It just got to the point where I'm just like, yeah, I've had enough of this. Whereas, and this is kind of why I'm glad the field leasing mod came out. Because I was like this morning I was thinking, am I happy with the progression on here? It's like, I'm 80 hours in. Am I happy where I am? And actually, if I was going to do the save again, I probably wouldn't start in 25. In my head, it was a great idea. But if I was going to start again, I would probably choose... I've done 23 before. 23 would make a great farmyard. But the best place to start... it's probably something like 45. So you've got a bit of woodland if you need it. Because these up here are quite hilly. But that, now looking at that, that does look quite impressive. Like, the only, looking at this, you, potentially that stays the same. You could potentially join... Is there a realism mod? Yes and no. There are mods out there that add to realistic gameplay. So, for instance, manual attach. You've got beware of straw, that means if your combine runs into straw, you lose it. Well, there are a couple of settings in here. If I can find where they are under the tractors. You've got... I'm putting that to normal. Leave it higher, normal. Oh, right. I can't find it. I can't find it at the moment. There you go. I've got that off at the moment. Just because it's useful. Like a real small farm and farm, yeah. So, I try and run as realistic as possible. So, for instance, my seeding, how I do the headlands last kind of thing. So, I do two things. So, I've watched VF, because he used to work on a farm. Plus, I've watched some YouTube videos on farmers. If I come out, I'll kind of show you my mods that I've got for realism. But before I do that, let me actually pull up something that might help you, if I can find it. I don't know if he's... Give me 2 seconds, I'm just going through Discord at the moment. So, this is from 19. I've got to get the one from 22. But this is kind of the realism experiment that he runs off. So this is on his Discord. So this is for 19. I will try and find the one for 22 in a second. So let me try something. Let me throw that off, that on. So give me 2 seconds. I'll try and give you I've got an idea. I might be able to find the one for 22. But I need to find VF. There he is. Chat. Underscore. Now I've got to remember how to spell it. Underscore. REALISM. There you go. Got it. Got it. I knew there'd be a way to get it. Right, I wanna file download doc. I wanna save that to my desktop. Save. Right. So these are kind of the realism. So this is kind of what it is. So, yeah. And then for me, the realism mods I've got, so I don't know if I've got all of them under. Hang on, is there any more? There's that. That I'm actually going to install because that might be useful. How much a day? Nope, that's too expensive. Nope. So on the gameplay, so you probably could say death. So death pack. The twine and net wrap, these two. That I'm actually going to install. Watch out for straw. Manual combine discharge. Manual attach. So it's stuff like that. That just tries to add to the side of realism. If that kind of makes sense. Right, right, let me just reset my GPS back up. Yeah, well, the thing is, I kind of knew where I wanted to go with the survival challenge. I'm just kind of pleased that it's kind of worked out. And this is kind of why I don't always look at the years I've got on here. So I don't feel they're the most accurate. So I would say it's reading that I've done 16 hours. But personally, I feel a lot of that over the 16 hours would have been... There's a lot... I think the first 5 or 6 harvests, I think, if I'm correct in saying this, were like, for me personally, right, we want to face this way. Turn in. Get this up and covered. The first sort of, yeah, we're 16 years in, and it's... And that's, yeah, I probably would say the first 4 messed up. So say we're 12 years in, at 80 hours, just to get to where we are. And for the first 60 hours, we were running off 40 grand a year. We've done well with the used sales, like picking this up. So, yeah, for me, we've done as well as I could have expected. And the thing is, the next 4 seasons, my plan is to go into the factory side of things. So I want to see how much wool. So the first thing I'm going to do is wait till our sheep pen's maxed out. I want to see how much wool the sheep produce. So if we can get... I don't even know how much literage we need. That's kind of the thing. I'll see once the sheep produce up, we get 100 sheep. I then know how much wool we'll get off them sheep. And then I can start working out how many sheep we need to make it. Because what I might... Long term, we might get rid of the chickens and just have sheep. Right. What day are we? We still got enough daylight. We might be able to get that last field pinned in. We need to weed all this next game day. Which way's that facing? It needs to go that way. How much oak trees? because that's kind of where I want to go next. I want to start filling the land out. And what I mean is, I want to start adding trees and stuff like that. Alright, see how long with 4 meter. This shouldn't be too bad. I don't know if I've got a marker on the tractor that tells me where I should be positioning. Right, that's working. So let's turn that off. While we've got additional settings on, I just want to have a look at something. While I've got additional settings on here. That there, right, HUD off. HUD off. I was just checking the settings. So yeah, we need to get rid of the stones. That's kind of a must at some point. How far out was I? Little bit. There you go. That just nails that corner. So after this, we'll go and wash everything down. And then, because it's still only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. How are the animals doing? So, we've got to move a few pallets around and stuff like that. So I kind of know that. So, still got the error coming up. But it might change when... Yeah, I find that we got a glitch every now and again. So they've got enough feed. They've got enough feed. They got enough water and enough feed. They've got enough water. So all we need to worry about then is just moving the pallets.
Run.
I will get sound alerts sorted out at some point, because I cannot hear them. At least you guys can hear them. Was that a tree root there? Is that a tree root? Yeah, it was. Quite a big one as well. I find it's weird that sometimes they do go, sometimes they don't. I do find the stumps a bit weird on this game. There you go. Morning, Pete. Hope you're doing well. Is it warm or is it cold where you are? Because I might go put a jacket on in a minute because it's feeling pretty damn cold here. Right, is that going to go or is that going to cause me an issue? Is this the one going to cause me an issue? It's not too bad. I find it weird with the lumberjack mod. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it don't. I'm gonna have to get a stump grinder. Yeah, we hit that. It's kind of annoying. Apparently it works better if you don't move after cutting tree. So what? So cut the tree down and then get rid of the stump. Because what I found is on the small ones, it gets rid of it. On the big ones, it struggles. And yeah, I do know we do need to de-stone this field. Right, okay. That makes sense. I'll give that a go next time. Little update for you also. I've installed Courseplay so I can get the custom field calculator. So I've installed Courseplay for custom fields. So all the fields are on custom names now. So I know exactly where I'm dealing with, which is quite handy actually. Yeah, I'll have to try that. I do like how they've added grass as a growing thing in FS22. If that kind of makes sense. What, Courseplay or custom fields? Because all I've done was drew the outlines. Like, I'm actually going to put probably CP10. I'm probably going to do this because I just want to just check something. So let's just do a custom field. So let's go Pull it from there. Okay, why is that? Oh, it's right button, isn't it? So from there, kind of there-ish. Oh, we can expand that out a little bit. There. 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 Save. So that's CP10. How big is it? 10.31. I don't know if you can delete. Yes, you can. Okay, you can. That's interesting. So you can rename and delete. I spent 100 hours with Courseplay ever since it got released on Edinburgh, so I kind of slowly got used to how they're running it in the changes. So I kind of just got used to it. But I got a feeling my fields would be done slightly differently. And that's why, if we got enough daylight, I'm actually going to try, for those people still in here, I'm actually going to try something. I'm going to try and create a field using Courseplay's boundary lines. Now that may sound complicated, and I haven't got a clue how to do it, but I have a plan. So I have an idea. If it works in principle, I don't know. In my head it works, but that's not in the game yet. So what are we running still? I can't see that because that's in the way. We're still running 30% seed on this, switching bad. Alright, now we're coming up to the spit. Not spit, the dodgy bit of ground that I've done. So now, this is why I've gone first person, just to make life a little bit easier. These rough grass areas aren't, the tracks I've put in aren't official. So, the one that's coming down off that field to this junction is, and the one coming up the back of there is. Even though you can see it's slightly out. Yeah, even though that looks a mile out from stood here. So potentially that field could go back a bit more. I might end up dealing with that later on. If what I want to do works, then I'll be deleting that and starting again. Right, have I got the settings for Courseplay? Wrong button. Of course, I'm not on, yeah. So that's what we'll be playing around with next, is the settings. So after we've seeded this, we're going to go and play around with custom field edges. I have a plan with the rocks, so I'm not. That would come in handy on some big fields. Yeah, like running. Oh, I never noticed that balloon there before. I remember in 19, I had. It was when I was on console. When I first got on No Man's Land, I did like a £5 million budget thing, and I was running 13 and 23. And I remember having a field that came across here, up here, round the back of this corner and down. And I remember how, like, the steepness of this, because that's what it is over there. You can see it, like the incline of the hill. I was using some massive equipment, like 500 horses tractors, and it was just struggling to get up. Thank you for the follow, TGR Heath? Yeah, Heathcliff. Welcome to the Ash Cloud, and welcome to what essentially is an experiment on No Man's Land. So I am slowly upgrading, not upgrading, I'm slowly producing the vlogs onto my YouTube channel, and the YouTube is floating around in the chat somewhere. Yeah, so after this, we are going to do some experimenting. I want to see... Well, first things first, that is going to annoy me. So first things first, I don't like doing this because it costs money. But that, yeah, is wrong. So that should be kind of there-ish. So that means that field potentially could be coming out to there. Might be having a look at that in a minute. Because that now kind of looks right. Because it's so hard to see Because, yeah, we've got a path that runs in down the back of there. That's about right. Then you got this here. I would say is about right. So this line needs to come this way a fraction. We should get rid of this. Like, I wish on this map, this wouldn't... I wish the lines wouldn't come up. Right, at the moment, let's delete 10. So we don't need 10. Keep 9 for a minute. Yeah, I said, as soon as we've done this field, I'm then going to go and try an experiment. Okay, that's interesting. We should be on that, and on that. Nope, we should be on that. But it's canola, it doesn't use much seed. Unlike barley, which uses a ton. Right. So, yeah, we'll get the headlands done in a second. So we'll be close to doing the headlands on here. So, yeah, so in about 10 minutes, we've got headland to run. And that's not doing what it should be doing. Well, that looks about right. So, we'll try that. At least I kind of know what we're running at now with how many acres we've got, and hectares, sorry, we've got. The pathways may change. Like, as we got money, we can always adapt and change. They aren't exactly fixed. What I mean by that is that junction that's in front of me. I'm hoping when we get... when we get the mower, I'm hoping to be able to mow the grass around where that is, pick it up, and then see where the path should be, is what I'm hoping to happen. If that kind of makes sense. Look at plot 2 to the west. Look at plot 2. $54. Yeah, it will do. You should be able to go across it, but not up it. Yeah, you should be able to do something with this. So I gotta admit, from up here, the view. This is one thing I do love about the map. Is like you got hills on the outside. That in the distance I've never seen before. Yeah, that is quite a steep hill. When you look at it. Can't you go across it? If I I was you, I would have gone for something. I know you're going huge equipment. Can't you go for something like... Because I don't know how it's set up properly. But you probably could have got away with... I want seeders, not planters, you idiot. I know what I'm looking at. Can't you go with something like that? It's a 12 metre. It's not a direct seeder. Because that's what I would look at. It's possibly going slightly smaller. Just see if it works. Went with YP because it's crossplay, the safe slot does everything. Right, okay, that makes... I forgot about that. Sorry, that's my brain not functioning. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Right. 2 runs down here, and then we're going to try the experiment. And I want to see if my plan works. So if it does, then I don't need to put the roads in till last. So the reason I put the roads in, because I personally don't like creating fields across where roads used to be. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It's just my game style. If I'm going to be honest. I have changed the one that goes through here. I have altered that slightly, but it still has the same in and out. Now, to be honest, the only bit I'm worried about is where it connects up to there and this junction. Right, let's go wash this down, put it back. So we'll need this next game day. Where's the pressure washer? Down over the back. Does need a bit of TLC and a bit of painting. We do need to get some paint on this lot at some point. I said when we get the engine upgrade on here, we will be resetting the hours. Just for me personally, that's how I want to do it. Right, now is the interesting thing with courseplay. Right. So, I'm not going to use courseplay. I'm just going to give this a go. That's true, thank you. I'd forgot that. Right. I don't exactly know what I'm doing, so this is why it's an experiment. So, create job. Open close course generator. Before we do that, we want to build position. Generate a course before, okay. Target position. Boom. Okay. Right. Create job. Target position. Boom. Open close generator. So 3.8. 1 multiple tools. 2 headlands. Sharp corners. Clockwise for up down automatic. Row skip. Up down row angle. Okay. Generate me a field working course. So that's done me that. And if we now go cancel, we come out. We then want to... And this is now the experiment. That now gives me... So is that telling me that the road is a mile? Yeah, because it comes... Right. So, technically, what you can do with this is I would run it on the foot. Okay, so that... Okay. So, because what I try and do is I try and keep these. But you can't always... You can't see them when you're actually in. Only from a distance. So... So, yeah. Right. So, let's... Okay. So, this is where the experiment comes in. So, we're now going to... delete custom field. And straight away, we can see that line isn't perfect. So, that's technically too far in on that point. So... Right. Right, I want to go. And this is what I'm saying about these two fields aren't perfect, but I'm not worried. Okay, again, that's telling me that line's miles out. That's telling me that you got a big open area. And actually, I don't need that. So what it's saying is that that line that's in there is slightly out. So I am trying to follow the original map creator, but it's hard. So okay, so what we want to do is clear this. Probably delete 9 and do 9 again. Okay. So what I'm thinking is calling that correct. So we're going to save. So the first thing I'm going to do is come on this field. We're going to expand this out by 1. Yeah, what I was trying to do is I was trying to follow the footpath that was the path that was created, but because I didn't know about this feature till today, these two fields have kind of slightly messed this up. Because what I'm hoping is when we expand to the next zones, I'm hoping to mow the path, and the path will then become visible, and then you just mow and then you just build around the path. So I'm kind of calling these ancient lands. So you want to keep the original paths if you can. So I'm happy with the way this is at the moment. So we're going to save this just in case this goes wrong. Boom. We're just going to freelance this in here. Because when we got money, we will be adapting and sort of changing. There you go. We will be adapting and changing kind of this in any event. Because that path that goes across the top, I'm actually thinking of doing something slightly different. I'm looking at... So this is kind of thing. This is... So what I'm thinking is... landscaping, painting, dirt. Coming straight across the back of there. Come on, spin. So coming straight across the back of there. So you come in, you come straight across the back of there. See, because where that land is originally. And then putting that in there. So that's kind of... Okay, it's my mouse is not having the best of times at the moment. Then that kind of then works. Wrong one. And then that kind of works for the viewpoint. So yeah, that kind of works. So that then now kind of works across there. We will be putting grass in. Let's just take that back out a little bit more. You probably could go a little bit that way. Just a fraction. And we'll tidy this end up. Bit too close to the path, but... at least that kind of works. Got a little bit of correction to do down the bottom. That'll do. Right, so that at least adds a little bit to it. Now we just need to get rid of this lump that's here. So you want to sort of come in about there-ish. Just try and square this corner, just take this bit out. There you go. See how that looks? So what that then means is then we're going to have to delete 6 and redo 6. But that technically does cut that path up. Because that path does come out, but it's fine. So we'll probably delete 6 and redo 6. So if we go on 6 and go delete, we'll have to redraw 6 in a minute. Now that tree's going to have to come out. But what I want to do, if that tree's coming out, I'm going to do a like-for-like replacement on it. I want spruce. That's what I want. In there like that. Boom. And then we're going to take this one out. Where's the stump? I can't even see the stump. There it is, got it. Oh, that's the end of the tree. There's a stump, but it's so hard to see amongst bushes. So hard to see the stump amongst bushes. Like, guess where the stump is? Oh, it's there. I think that's got it. We will lose this tree. Under the undergrowth, I know we will. But it can go there for a minute. Yeah, and then we got sort of this little bit of a pathway that runs sort of up and in. So right, where does our boundary line finish? So I personally want to put it right, let's just have a go at doing this. So let's save this. Because again, this is kind of going to be free winging it. So we want to drop this in. About there-ish. And what this should give us is a clear indication of where the path is. Now I am going to go a bit wider of this run. Just because I got a feeling that may need a little bit more out of it on that side. If I'm going to be brutally honest with you. Now, one thing I have noticed is... Right. So, yeah. That is roughly on that edge of that pathland. So our path is definitely this side of this. But now you've got a clear indication of sort of what's going on. And how that roughly follows that. So no way by means it's perfect. Let's turn this in here. So how does this look for driving room? Right, I would actually expand that dirt field across a bit. If it was me. Let's make it a little bit wider. There you go. So that radius bend out. And that kind of then does work. And that's kind of thing, as we got money, I will be up redoing this. I said at the moment we haven't got money, so we are going to be running in debt this year because everything we owe. But I think I'm happy with that. Right, it's now just want to turn this back, run out, and see if I've done a good enough job on this. I'll say we're slightly a bit too close to this borderline. So I might have to fix this corner up. It's the only thing I'm thinking. Just looking at that. And that's how I match. So I'd say, yeah. So possibly there is a cut through there. Right, I'm actually going... I don't normally do this because it's going to cost an arm and a leg. I'm actually going to do this. There you go. Just to try and make a line through, that's better. And then we just got to sort this out. Then it is a bit close. So you can probably take a bit out of this side. We had a grass strip. There you go. And that's kind of then the perfect thing you need. Probably add a bit more grass in later, but yeah, that works. I'm happy with that. Right, let's go and fix some little bits down the bottom here. But that kind of then works. It's then working out where the next line is. So I don't mind dropping that there, because then I can slightly swing over and move. There you go, and then that just brings that in. And yeah, it doesn't look quite perfect on the map, but it works. There's a pathway, and you kind of get that. But yeah, I will, when we buy next bit of land, I will do this slightly differently. Right. Let's add a second width in. It's interesting we don't own the land till we get to there. That's interesting. So might have to see what we can do about that, but yeah. So this probably will become another... It depends, we might just leave this fallow this year. Just not, it depends if we got time. If we got time, we'll plant. And we'll work out where we go to the left-hand side of our border in a minute. So again, that's kind of there. Because where the border lines are, you do want to kind of square it. So that's what I'm about to have a look at now, putting 90-degree bends in. That makes sense. So we want to try and go to 0. So I want to throw that on, that on. Oh, that tree's got to go. So But what I'm thinking is turning right around here somewhere, and then, yeah, so this goes straight. And then bend it around the bottom of this rock. I can do. And that's kind of how you got to work it. Find it quite funny, I don't have access to that back patch. So am I literally on the square corner of that? Or can I actually do something about that? Okay. Oh, I have, there you go. Trying to find out what I have access to and what I don't. That's kind of the maximum you're going to get. So let's try and work on a square plan. So landscaping, painting, dirt. So yeah, we don't own any of that corner, which is quite funny actually. Right. So yeah, that is how you create stuff. Yeah, got a bit of around this rock face. I'm not kind of happy with how that went. Might have to look at doing something about that. Because it's a bit too sharp for my liking. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I get away with doing that. Just about. It's going to be fun trying to seed this field. I'll tell you that with nothing. So yeah, you got kind of a bit... It kind of messed up on that corner. There. And that's kind of the thing. So let's save this. Let's put the custom field borders in and just see what we've got. So draw a custom field. We'll do this top one first. Just because it's going to be a difficult one to do. I'm hoping this be classed as 6. What I'm hoping. Yep. And then... This is where it gets fun. But yeah, see that? So this field should be back this way a little bit, but it's fine. This road should come. But yeah. It works. I'm not overly worried. Yeah, that's close enough. So 9's technically reading 0.95. So yeah. I'm going to knock the time down to half. Just because I don't want to run out of daylight for today. But that's kind of then joined back up. So yeah, got a little bit of work to do on the actual field creation. But overall, that's, yeah. So the next job we got to do is lime all of this. Which is going to be fun. So right, let's see if we can do some corrections. So it should be, yeah. It's funny, land is not owned, so our land stops there. So yeah. Not much about that I can do. Kind of messed up with the seeding. But yeah, this bit around the back is like really quite flat, and then it inclines. Because on 19, I built a field up on that steep bankment. I think it was field 2. Something, isn't it? Yeah, field... I know, field 13, sorry. This bit here. I put a field in there. That was a challenge and a half. Because, yeah, I ran one that went across the back of that there. Because I put one in behind... I put a yard in behind the back of these trees. It's interesting we don't have access, so we're just going to have to see how much we can do with not having any access. So when it says that, we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun. I'll tell you that for nothing. This is, yeah. Whereas this field's fine. This field is slightly outside the line. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting challenge. To say the least. I'm not happy with how that went. That's, yeah, I should have come this side and then extended it out. But, hey, you live and learn by your mistakes. But again, this is what I'm saying. I'm learning as I'm going. Like, no, we get one extra field in here. We might actually produce 25,000 litres of canola. Or 30,000 litres. My target plan is 30,000 litres of canola. So a trailer and a half is what I'm looking at. I find this weird that it counts as a plough, but only says cultivator. So it's technically only a cultivator, but it's doing the job of a plough. But yeah, as we got, I think before we move into the next field, we will have budget. We will be properly texturing the floor. So that's kind of got a miss. But yeah, it's not going too bad. We've got... We look on here. At least the fertiliser map's halfway. These are the bits with bushes and stuff where it didn't quite add in where the fertiliser. So it's fine. But yeah, we need a lime, that and that. So we'll see how much lime we need in a minute as well. That'd be an interesting. So 6 and 9. How much lime do we need on 6 and 9? 6,000 litres. So yeah. We're getting there, and then we'll just, yeah, the last job, so we got to lime this. I'm not worried about that one behind because it's been done. So we've got to lime this and seed this before midnight tonight. That's why I put it down to 0.5. And then next game, so September, we got the barley to put in, and we've only got, well, we got 3 big fields. How big, I'm comparing, 0.8. Yeah. So we should get 7,000 litres off this field. So yeah, 5, 10, 5, 10, 15, 20. I need to take that tree out. That's me talking. But that's kind of the thing. It's like working out the best way to do stuff. Come on, you're a short little stump. You should be able to just come straight out. There you go. Right. And that's kind of thing. It's just working out what works well. And it's kind of working out well. If I go forward, not back. Yep. Welcome to hell. Nice to have an odd shape though. Compared to all the squareness I've been doing over the last few days. So yeah. Okay, it won't take too long to seed this. Liming is going to be the only issue, is getting this limed. It might be worth just leasing. It might just be worth leasing. So I'm thinking, might lease a stone picker. It might be the way to go. Yeah, I'm generically happy with that road. We just gotta make it work a bit better. If I got money, I would be tempted to... to lease this section and fix this mess. Because that's the only thing I'm annoyed about, is that section there. But yeah, it's not bad. Considering where we started, we've now got 9 fields. Smallest is 2 at a point, but it's still half an acre. I'm wondering, like, next time if we can make, like, is there a way to make it the same size as the rest? Because on average, our fields are about, yeah, 4 and 2 about the same. So what's 4? 4. Like, not going to play ball. There you go. So, I don't know what the S means, because it goes F and then S. Next time we're down the shop, we need to go pick up the pallet forks. So pallet forks are down the shop. I will be planting a whole load more trees on this map. If that does annoy me, I will download the Terraform Anywhere mod. Okay, that's not worked. I'm tempted to download the Terraform Anywhere mod, but it just depends. I might just be able to seed around it. So I'm not too worried about that just yet. Yeah, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Come on. I do not want to run this edge. It's not going to do it, is it? I was just seeing if the headland mode kicked in before we run out. So generally, the painting's gone well. Right, this is the last one. So we're now going to go pick up the lime. We'll need 6 trips down. We don't want to drive over the canola. Right, before we get rid of this, is that everything done for today? This was apparently a bit of mist. Was it just not come in? Lightly confused. That's confused me. There's nothing here. It's all cultivated in. Has it now disappeared? Yeah, that's... Okay, that was weird. You can also see where I've expanded this top field. And we've gone with more of a straight line. Again, I said this path I probably will adjust at some point. Right, so let's go put this away, grab the lime spreader. We need 6 runs. I can't be asked to get the trailer, I'm just going to do it with the 6 runs. Brakes are good on this at least. So we have got a few things we need to buy this year. We need forage harvester and a forage wagon. That's 35 grand. If the experiment works, I've got in my mind. What are we getting? Lime spreader, sorry. We need 6 trips with this. Apparently. So we'll see if that's true. Should really put the front weight back on here. I'll just keep forgetting. So we'll grab it up off the trailer to start with. 1, 2. Yeah, there's enough bags on the trailer, so we'll grab it off the trailer to start with. Empty this trailer. There you go, that's 1 litre done. Right, and then open, no, wrong one. Want to do that, hit that, make sure we're at that. Set track, there you go. Just about can cut through the tree line. It's kind of a good thing. I will be putting a headland on this. So we want to go to where that meets. Like there. So I want to do this slightly differently. So that's 1,000 litres and we're halfway through the field covered. Now you may be thinking why I've done it that way, and that's just a little bit of a realistic way of doing it. We just use a little less lime up. Tell you one thing, if we put trees in this bottom end, getting around this bottom end is going to be fun. Didn't want to drive across the fields, but we ended up doing it anyway. Right, let's fill this baby back up. Might get away with using a little bit less, but we'll just see. So what I plan to do is switch this around like that, and we'll just see what that bottom end has for us. That kind of makes sense. Okay. Switch it again. So let's drop it down to 30 meter. See how that looks. Okay, so that tells me straight away that you want 36 on this point. And then you would want 30 on here. Hasn't used that much. There you go. Right. What I'm thinking is 36 meter. Then run a 15 in wherever we need it. There you go. And then we just run, yeah. Because I'm trying not to waste lime at the moment. Just make less trips back. So that's 2,000 litres gone through, so one more could be enough. Need to go around the outside. Yeah, and then we just got bits we just got to fill in. 15 metres will do everything that's been left. We probably need another 1,000 litres. Plus some. To be honest, you probably would have used less doing straight across, but it's more fun this way. Just playing around with variable widths. Doesn't take too long to come back across. It's only one field that I missed, so it's fine. Sheep are happy, which are good. So off camera, I'm probably going to sort that lime out. So right, we want to run one more edge, then run 15 metre. Because I haven't grown off, so I'll just go straight across the field for the minute. There you go. Right, then we drop down to 15 metre. Just fill these gaps in. Tell you what, that was close. Alright, another 1,000 litres. So for lime it's slightly out, but I think, yeah, I should have ran it at 36 to 36. Probably would have been. I don't know how accurate those readings are. Okay, this should do us. Let's turn the GPS off because we don't need that on. And after this, we're going to get that last field canolaed in. That did not sound right in English, but you know what I mean. There you go, done. Double check the map. Interest now 5 is not quite lined. But that's fine. This is close enough. Yeah, generically that'll do. I'm happy with that. Right, I want to rename that to 9. C. Yeah, I do. Right, so that should be CP7. And that should be CP9, CP8. Okay. That explains that. Right. It's only rough, so it's fine. It has missed a bit. CP7 now technically. So I've got 2, so yeah. So that should be 8. CP8. That's better. So we'll CP8. 1.4. 0.6. 0.8. So that 0.6. So them two are roughly the same. Them two are the same. Them two are the same. So these 3 are the same. That's, yeah. But it kind of works out. So right, let's go and get the last canola put in this field. I will be looking to put some hedge... Did not mean to do that. I will be looking to put some hedgerows in, some oak trees and stuff. Just because there's not enough tree line. Need a few more trees. Considering where this map started, where we are now, this is ridiculous how far we've come. Right, let's go put the seeder back up and do the last seeding. Welcome back. So you joined back in. You haven't missed much, I've just basically been just a bit of seeding. We want canola in. So we want canola in here. I can remember which one it is. That one. Three pickups of bacon, Phillies on, 1 more to go. Yeah, not bad. You're doing well then. That's funny how far outside the borderline we are. That's actually really funny. At least this one is within. That was funny. I gotta admit, that was funny. And we're like literally not running as perfect as we should be. We'll work out the problems with the land later. Does that make sense? Because we have got a couple of issues we've got to iron out. I think's the way I'd word that. Now, I normally wouldn't add this headland in, but I just thought, you know what, let's just add it in for a minute. So yeah, we are really on the border of what we're planting. I'll be tempted to delete 7 and start actually getting 7 in properly after we've seeded. So we are literally running as close to that border as possible. Which is quite comical, to be honest with you. At least all the oilseed rape will be in. Then we just got to work on this top headlands and work out where the field boundaries are and stuff. What is the exact size of field 7 at the moment? Minus all the rubbish. 0.95. .93. Yeah, still 0.9, so it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, that's for me for the morning. Got to crap out for work. Have a good one. Yeah, that's fine, Pete. Thank you for staying in. Hope you had a good laugh and a giggle. You have a good day at work, bruv, and I'll catch you very soon on the next stream. Thank you for popping in and say hello, really. This will take a little bit longer than the rest because it is a bigger field. Like it is twice, probably it is twice as long as the rest of them. So it does take will take a little bit longer. It's fine. It means we can just sit back and relax. Right, anything up in the used? Nope. So that T8 is nice. Would work really well, but again, it's just budget. Because what I'm thinking is small tractors, so with something with front loaders. So you've got the new school Fent would work. So what have we got on defence? What have we got on the case? You could run a case farm on here. Could potentially run the case. But again, there's nothing. I'm going to have to dig out. There's no little cases. So what would the case have to run? So you're looking for something to run the weeder 140. Which that would do. So you got that. And you got the big. So as you expand, you technically could combine that. See, the thing is, it would have to, you would like go across there. And that would be kind of the way it works. It's just working out where we go. It's just working out what we do, where we go. Our development plan on here. So I think we've now crossed the 80-hour mark on here. And that's the thing, I don't think we'll be... I think our next upgrade will be that cedar. And when we get that, we'll then start combining fields. So off camera, I'm probably going to stack those lime pallets in that shed. Not got a bad turning circle either, this thing hasn't. We've done well. 4 fields seeded today in 4 hours, which isn't bad. Not quite nailed the positioning. It's better. I reckon 1-2 more runs down and then we should be able to get the headlands complete. I won't go with fences and bushes. I would want to keep this open. Harvesting's going to take forever. But what I'm kind of hoping is we should be able to get a full trailer off those 3 fields. So we'll do this backfield first. We should get 7,000 litres off here. So we should get, yeah. Should have enough, in theory, that we can count on. Not sure if that went well or not. Yeah, there's the headland. So this is where we're gonna probably run 2 in. But we're just got to now wait and see how this plays around. So the headland mode, not headland mode because of the doodah. So let's drop that. Okay, we do not own this land. Okay. I had a feeling that might come up. Any bits that I've missed will just come back at the end. So we've got to go and sort that corner out anyway. It's a bit there on the inside Tridolin, which isn't too bad because as long as that runs where you go, you roughly are running, give or take, one headland's width all the way down. I've got everything I wanted done this morning. There's a bit missed, so we just gotta go. I said anything missed, we will just go back over at the end. There you go. Right, can we actually get this corner seeded? What I'm wondering. Okay, that's a negative on that. That's a negative on that. Okay, so where does our line stop? It's kind of what I'm working out at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. So yeah, next game day we got to weed all of this. Okay, don't have access. It's kind of weird what you can and can't get away with. That's what I'm trying to work out at the moment, is where... There you go. There's a seeding line, so you can probably come this way then. So it says do not have access, but we are seeding across. There you go. So I'm wondering... Yeah, that bit we've missed there I'm not worried about because... Yeah, of where that headland runs. The only thing I would be... Yeah, I'd leave that. Because of how the header hits. I think I would be tempted to look at is this inner sideline. Here. Just to see. If I can find a way. Okay, of doing it. It is quite difficult. Got to get your line about bang on this to work. There you go. I've just missed the line. So it's the same, when we harvest, it's going to be fun if we can catch it or not. There you go. We got it. Even that'll do. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm actually happy with that. Yeah. So, that's the canola in. So hopefully, go to barley. So press Y for barley. Turn that off, Y for barley. We'll go fill this tanker up. And yeah, that'll probably do for this game day. Yeah, so we've got a couple of last jobs before we go to September. One of them has filled this up. Yeah, we might need some more seed. I think fertilizer should be fine. It's more seed that I'm worried about. Okay, so the eggs... So, okay, so even though it's on 0, it doesn't really matter. Okay, last job to do, because we're going to leave this here till tomorrow. Alright, last job to do, we're going to go and do some palleting for a few minutes. Okay, what on earth happened here? Literally, like, the pallets, like, this is crashed. Literally looks like this lot has crashed. So this was stacked neat and tidy in here. At one point. Yeah, at least that looks a bit tidier now. They're still fine. That can go on top of there. That can come down. Right. Let's see if I can do something. I did not want that box off. Yeah. That's the only problem when you start shifting stuff. Like the way I'm shifting it. Doesn't always work. Right. That's kind of now restacked it. So it's kind of, yeah, there or thereabouts. Just means we can get a bit more in here. I try not to do that to the top ones too much, but yeah, that's in. So now what it means is you can come down here put the lights on. And then I'm hoping the lorry can just go straight in the side of that. So if it can do that, would be a lot of ease. I think I would keep this for these. As you see, it does spin in the tightest gaps going. And then we do just need to create some paths through this grassland. Which ain't an issue because I can do it. It's just then one job I don't have to worry about next game day, you see. Because if there's 2 pallets we have to shift, there's 2 pallets we have to shift, but it should be okay. Right, come in the centre of this pallet. There you go. And this is why I want to get this warehouse storage. Because it would be a bit more realistic. The big warehouse. Because that would be like a refrigerated unit. And these should be really in a refrigerated unit. You wouldn't have these 12 months sat without in a refrigerated unit. Be unrealistic. So that's something else to think about. I do want to get the heavier Avant. Well. So I think having pivot steer. I think having both as an option would be a good idea on this farm. So you have, I would have a normal forklift plus the heavier version of this. And all I then do is just use super strength just to straighten all my pallets back up again. There we go. So that's literally what we've got. 4, 8, 12, 16, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44. About £44,000 worth there at the moment. Which is, I'm yeah, flabbergasted of how much we got. Right, wool. See if we can, let's actually run up there. So I think the wool may be a bit too heavy for this machine. So it'll only take a second to run. climb the rock face. So how heavy are the wall pallets? Yeah, just about slightly over. So at the moment we've got 4 pallets full. Another one on the way. How much is in this bale? We will need some more hay. If it can last, yeah, it won't cost us much to get another pallet of hay. I've got an idea. I might start producing get a silage bunker put down somewhere and get some silage produced. Yeah, this would be a full trailer when done. There you go. Right, I think we check. We can save and go to September and then call it a stream. What I'm guessing. But let's just check everything. So they've got enough feed. And we're back with the eggs. Which is good. So they've got enough. They've got enough. They've got enough water if I can find where they are on here. Yeah, they've got enough water. Right, save. We've done everything. Let's go to September. So, next game day is planting barley and weeding. October, there's just weeding. I'm an hour selling the combine at the moment as well, just so you know, guys. Right, let's call it. Let's go 7 o'clock September. Right, so in September, we are in the minus, as I kind of expected. Anything in the store? Nope. So, you kind of can see the weeds from an absolute mile away. So yeah, so if we look at the weeds, because this is where I'm about to call the stream. We've just turned over 4 hours. So if we go to weeds, you can see that's where we've kind of driven. So I'm not worried about this. But that's where we've driven. Quite a lot on that corner. Bit on that corner. Around this. Yeah. This is kind of after we planted. Quite a lot around 6. Ironically, these two haven't got any weeds in yet. Which is quite funny. I thought they would do. So yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 fields. So 5, 3, 4, 5, 6 fields of canola grown. Which is good because that should give us the production we need. Also ironic, we only need 40,000 litres. So yield on canola. Have I got the yield map up on here? No, it gives it. I just want to pull the yield up on canola. So this should so you get 9,000 litres per hectare. So we should be getting 15 off that. So we may need 4 fields. That's the thing I don't know. So we were getting enough off them 3 to do 20,000 litres. So yeah, I reckon 15 off this. 15, 20. So I reckon, yeah, trailer full off that. 20,000. So we might even need 7. Whereas canola produces 5,800 litres per hectare. So yeah, say, yeah, these are half a hectare, give or take. So I call that 2,000, 2, 4, 6, 8. 8,000 litres on that. Call it 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. What do we say for the big one? Yeah. So I'm hoping to pick up 20,000 litres off that, and that. Yeah. So that's a hectare. So that's not the same. How big is that? Was it 6.93? So we may need to make that a bit bigger. If we need to, we'll come out into here. Because I don't really want to join these two together because that's going to be too big a field. So it'll be coming out into there. Kind of thing. So yeah, right, that'll do. I'm going to call it.